Welcome back. 2 workers and resources. We continue our low-tech run. Hopefully reaching the customs house in the next 1 or 2 construction tasks. And then we will see if we have access to the EDK construction train or not. We will set up Vavkavisk, the stream, which is a very small village that will handle wood production for the start. Just really 1 or 2 buildings should be enough. It's basically like a logging camp. One building with 40 workers is probably gonna work. I think so. Maybe leave a little bit of room to the sawmill. Some pollution is going to get generated. I guess I also need to build waste storage. So I have a footpath go here, a waste storage which will handle all of those buildings, and that should take care of things. Our money is really low, but I think we'll be fine. Our money maker is not in export right now, but in import. We are importing toxic waste to earn money. And I think we should be fine. I've reduced the imports right now because we ran a little bit close towards our storage limit for waste burning. But I think we can run a second truck again. After Vavkavisk. My god, how is that pronounced? Vavkavisk. After Vavkavisk has been built, we'll have to tackle what will be a small town next to Nega. There will be another residential area with the bus stop already marked, and it will be in walking distance of the coal mine, so a residential zone here with coal mine transporting directly into an aggregate storage and then making it available for loading onto the train network. So probably exporting coal ore at the start with the option of having a coal ore processing plant. I guess we could have a coal ore processing plant between these two. Since the coal ore processing plant only requires like an extra 45 workers total, we could also supply that in here. But we need 2 of them if we run the coal mine at full capacity. Might even need more than 2, because the coal mine is at 70% productivity. Coal mine at 70% productivity would output about 600 tons of coal ore, and each of these only handles 210. Yeah, I don't think we have the room for that here. I think we're just gonna go with coal ore in this area, which will also allow us to set something else up somewhere else. Thinking of setting up a tower conveyor engine to allow travels underneath this conveyor, but we'll have a conveyor at ground level, it's fine. Okay. This road has been built. We'll set up the road here just for reference. Because what we are going to use this road for is actually dropping the waste storage in here. We're just going to handle all of this area, and it'll probably only have to be emptied out like once a month, if at all, with so few people living in this area. We'll be able to reach all of the industrial buildings, shopping center, etc. So yeah, I guess we'll use a small one. A small one connected to the road will be fine. Water, sewage, electricity, heating. Now heating, I don't want to make a heating plant here, but it is probably still the most economical decision. Since a small heat exchanger costs 4.7 plus a small heating pipe costs another 17. The small heating plant costs only 20 tons. It might be the easiest just having a heating plant in the area than drawing a heating pipe from over there. I think we'll drop a heating plant here, even though that feels weird. I think. It is quite the investment to build this little village up, but I guess that's also an encouragement to maybe not make too small of a village with some of these. Well, that's an investment we'll have to make for every small little village. At least the supply of coal will not be an issue. Customs house has been connected, so let's see what construction train we can procure. It says we can buy an EDK, but it costs 115,000, so we'll have to save up some money. Selling trains will not give us anything. It would cost us money to sell them, so there's no point in trying to recuperate some money right now. Unless we pulled them to the customs house, I think. Okay, just keep running, I guess. And yeah, we'll have to implement the railroad importing a lot of toxic waste for waste burning to make us money. So in here we have construction waste, burnable waste and other waste. I think if I set this to construction waste, it would actually start recycling, right? Only industry buildings are using separation containers. Oh right, no it does not, because this is not industry waste. Oh? This is not industry waste per se. It is coming from an industry, but it is the internal garbage stand used by the people, so I think this is treated as something else. Oh no, actually they are separating it in there. Okay, never mind. Since this is mostly construction waste, we'll separate it out. Might be able to use that in the future for our gravel reclamation plant. And yeah, as I said, I don't want to take out a loan. That will just spiral out of control. We'll just run some extra toxic waste imports. Make us a little bit more money. Gotta build towards that area. I think we have to prioritize it. Now that we have access to a customs house, I think this rail construction is not as important. Gotta build towards here. And also this is not important. We'll finish that once we have an EDK and that can build things faster. So yeah, I guess now we're saving up for a better rail construction vehicle. We did choose another starting location that is further away from the western border, so our US currency is only really useful for new migrants, or if we want to sorry, let me turn down the music a little bit. It's only useful for new migrants, or if we have a helicopter and we could import resources with that. I thought the music was a little bit loud and then I misclicked. The distribution office from Krebosia will also be able to take care of Vavkavisk. It's mostly just a logging camp with one building. Does one building count as a settlement, I guess, is the question. I might have to set up two, just to make sure the heating plant has always some workers in it. But one should be enough. University education is well propagated through our nation, 40% now. There's a lot of researches that we could do if we were allowed to. Well, we're working on it. In the meantime, I might be able to plan out the new area over here. We need 220 workers just for the coal mine, which is about 660 workers. That means more than 4 of these. Yeah, I think I have to report the footpath kind of stuff that it blocks. It works that way though. Let's try a fancy new layout with residential buildings maybe. So the plan is to have another shopping center in here. This is way too many buildings for the coal mine, I just got carried away. We need at least 4 of them. This is like another 4, another 6 on top. It's too much. But yeah, from a general concept, I think this could work. With a larger town and breaking up the monotony of like the square patterns. But not in this case. Oops. Wrong button. So that would be 6 buildings. That is larger than... Oh, it's about the same size as Volcanedeni. This one has 7. Has more space in the center though. Do I want the shopping center in here? I think the shopping center will be next to the road. And we got another square pattern. There's going to be a kindergarten in here. Small one will suffice. This will also need a school, for sure. We will need a clinic for the area. We will... Cinema? I don't know. The cinema that we already have is kind of like barely used. It's a tenth of the capacity it has. Only footpath access on that side. Well, they're gonna have to walk into the gravel road, I guess. Nah, I'll turn it around. This needs to look proper. No footpath access yet. Haven't hooked up any of the residential structures. We'll also need a distribution office. or we'll need a heating plant. I think a small one is enough. I might be wrong. 10 cubic meters. And this has 210 capacity, so it can deal with 21 residential buildings by itself. I think a small heating plant for the area will be enough. The large heating plant over here was overkill, kinda. But then again, this is maybe the area that is a little bit more expandable. So we could get some other stuff. This is just going to be a coal mining town. I guess instead of setting up like things like cinema and a university, these people will have to take a bus to our proper town that will allow them to get all of their amenities. Their needs filled. This has to be an asphalt road to the bus stop. The shopping center will be next to the bus stop on this side. So we make use of this area here. I hope the coal mine doesn't make too much pollution. It shouldn't, but you never know. Resource deliveries will have to be handled by a distribution office, as I already said, and a small one will also be enough for this area. So that's like the general concept right now. We'll have to get a bus route that picks up people from the coal mine town and drives them to Vulcanedeni. So we don't have to set up more indoor pools, more cinemas, nothing else. Just run more vehicles, which drives up the fuel consumption, of course. I don't know how high the fuel price is right now, but we also want to at some point import that in higher quantities so we don't drive up the fuel price too much. Fuel price went down a little bit, which is good. I need to set up the fuel import storage. And that should probably also have a small distribution office next to it. I think either next to Vulcanedeni or up here. We would need an unloading station into a tank. And then at the start, vehicles could load directly from the tank to distribute it. And maybe later on we could have a dedicated loading station. I don't know, it feels kinda too tight in there. Hard to get a corner in here, creating a lot of extra potential for traffic in this. I'll probably place this somewhere else. But the general concept shouldn't be a problem. This will allow us to import fuel in larger quantities and let the market recover in between imports. Might be able to drop that here with a rail line coming in from over here, because this is all going to be a dead end on this area, so we only really need to connect out this way. So this road is probably gonna have that loading station next to some electricity. Okay, woodcutting post. Fuel deliveries handled by yours truly, Kravosia small distribution office. Also, the shopping center. Oh well, the grocery store. Including meat deliveries. Plant some trees. Still haven't got any domestic workers yet. Oh, we have workers waiting here. We have 2 workers looking for work. So, slowly starting. And we still have more places for people to go to move into. But all the people moving into these ones can work inside the rail construction office. I will not get a construction office with open haul trucks here for wood hauling. They will have to drive here and pick it up. Maybe in the future. Construction office just dealing with plank hauling and wood hauling. Waste is starting to pile up again. We'll have to stop our toxic waste imports yet again. I'm thinking about how I could potentially automate this. I think the easiest way is still 2 different incinerators. One dealing with only your domestic waste, which could be this one, and one dealing with making you money, which could be the train-based connections. Plus, this is also how it has been set up. There's no way for domestic waste to go in here. If I import toxic waste, mixed waste can't really go in here anymore. So we'll keep this incinerator around, but at some point we'll run both of them. We have no pollution monitoring at all. The only pollution monitoring that we have is the average lifespan, and right now it's 85 years, which is as high as I've ever seen it. 85 years, wow. Good thing we're not eating our own crops, I guess. I won't be able to afford an EDK for quite a while. I'm running too much construction. And if I start running an EDK, my consumption of resources will also start going up for rare construction. Can we get more workers here? I might have to run a bus route from over there, just so I can get more workers in this area. Okay, so instead of picking up people at our town, we're going to pick up foreign workers at the customs house over there. And we'll run our incinerators at a higher throughput. Bus end station set up. That means we can also add set end station at the end of this line, which will make traffic more effective. I don't have to slow down to keep line spacing. They will only slow down and wait inside the end station when it is appropriate. We will not let anyone move in here yet. We have to wait for and make sure that the heating plant is set up before that happens. I think I'll move the coal truck into the distribution office. Then I can share it between the two heating plants. I don't know. Dedicated coal trucks sound like a good idea. But it's barely unloading. Yeah, probably distribution office. Okay, no more workers for now. No more auto searching. We will micromanage the construction office for workers again once they have done all the current deliveries they want to do. We're driving to too many construction sites that are unnecessary in my opinion. We will be getting a lot of extra workers now. I think we'll be able to keep up with incineration. Not sure if we're gonna keep up with with driving the mixed waste away that we're producing, but we'll see. I think people are now free to choose wherever they want to go. Don't need to prioritize here anymore, I don't think. We're getting a lot of extra workers. They can also walk onto construction sites or whatever they feel like it. And we switched over to mixed waste for a little bit. And back to hazardous waste. But yeah, with the extra workers this should now be fine, I think. I haven't planned for any monuments in here, which definitely has to happen. Okay, we got our distribution office for this area. So, why do we have fabric imports ticked? Might have misclicked that. I'm gonna copy all of the settings over here and then relocate all the vehicles into here, meaning that this one will be obsolete. I do not need fabric. You will have to handle the grain transportation for now, I guess. But that will be relocated into a different distribution office at some point. We're out of money. Well, and so begins the ever-present cycle of take loan, hope to fix. Oh my god, we're importing so much stuff right now. Meat is more expensive than toxic waste. Where are you? Oh, okay. Should be the last import of meat though. We already used up all that money again. What did you import now? Nothing. Stop. Ridiculous. Yes, we are building too much train track and doing too many things. And why did you build towards that direction right now? Why are you building here? Oh, you were building these ones. Sure. The other stuff should, however, be on hold, so you need to build towards the incinerator again. Where are you going? Oh, you weren't able to complete that in one go. I see. Alright. Sure. Try again. Yeah, I think you are gonna go into the distribution office. We could have a dedicated line, but having the freezer full of meat also increases electricity consumption. Are you supplying? I need to name those warehouses. So I know which one is which. It's hard to tell. Oh, that's why you had fabric ticked. Now I remember. Okay. Okay. That should make things work. Doing crop exports. Yeah, we need to get a train on that. A rail distribution office, if you will. Why are we losing that much money? Steel imports, rail construction, probably. Okay, construction office. We can pick up workers again, but only work where I tell you to. This one, this one, this one. Still need a road connection to the storage. Heating plant. I don't know if the heating plant is in range for garbage collection. I don't think it is. Okay, we will stop crop exports and hope that we get our rail line set up. Do not load crops anymore. Do not export crops anymore. Yeah, we could start with some gravel exports too. Gravel exports would be all the way here. Plus the rail line to the depot and the fuel station, which need to be set up in any case. Unless I use a rail distribution office. Which I can do as soon as people move into Vavkavisk. I don't need 20 people working here, 2 people will be enough. How was that? I wonder if I should set up a distribution office to import toxic waste. To be able to automate that a little. I think I need more trucks now. Alright, fertilizer. Okay. They're expensive when you don't have much money. We'll hold off until we have like over 10,000 and then we'll get one. Which I hope we can do. Construction should be finishing up now. Except road construction, that always keeps going. But the brick flat over here should not take that much longer. This is such a tiny area. I hope it works. Without a kindergarten. I hope people don't get cranky if they can't work because they have to take care of their children. I hope they still are fine with that. I don't really want to build a kindergarten in that area. That seems kind of ridiculous. But you might have to. We'll see. You can't reach the heating plant. Oh well. The heating plant shouldn't make that much waste. Yeah, I think they reduced the amount of money you get from toxic waste. Still possible. We have to industrialize that. But it's going to take a while. Could take out a loan, EDKs, rush it, and probably run it for profit, but I already took out 2 very small loans and would like to not take out loans if possible. Unless I absolutely have to. Gas station has been set up. So, customs house, free gas station, free fire station. I was thinking of moving you over to the distribution office so you could handle things, but there's a lot of tasks that are still set up. The gravel quarry you don't need to do anymore, I don't think. That one is already handled by Krabosia, as well as the gas station. And the rail construction office, I think. Well, if I copy the settings, then I think it overwrites everything, so we can't really do that. We'll set up a fuel distribution office eventually, when we have our rail-based unloading station. Money is almost out again. I think I have to take out a loan and buy a bunch of garbage trucks and industrialize my toxic waste imports. You may load toxic waste and bring it here. Well, now we have one more truck on it at least, without spending any extra money. How much waste does the heating plant make? 0.33 kilograms per worker. And the storage has 0.72 tons. That's a lot compared to what the worker makes, so even a small storage should be enough. If it's only handling the heating plant. Did the price change? No, still at minus 940. I think when I played the last game it was 2000 or something. They dropped the price considerably, making imports less viable. But it's still an industry that you can run, I think. We'll have to see how trains handle that. Do I have room for another distribution office? No, I'm already full. But this one is obsolete. Citizen goods. Let's get one more truck. I will have to think about a scrapyard at some point. I think this is probably the time where repairs do start eventually. If I check the list of our vehicles and show their wear and tear, some of them are already at 62. Construction office workers should be repairing. Construction office should now be in range. Yep, that makes a lot more pollution than the heating plant. At least looking from the smoke cloud it produces. This one makes 26.5 and the incinerator makes 60, so more than double. Our money's going back up again, which is nice. So we can continue running like this for now. I think I'm probably okay on garbage trucks right now. This will gather up a lot more waste when the snow starts melting and they're faster bringing stuff over here. Haven't delivered any fuel here yet. I thought I assigned that. This gas station is obsolete. We'll let it run empty. $15 workers now, not bad. Back up to 10,000, 11,000. Might be time to pay back one loan. Okay, heating plant over here is almost set up, just need to install the machinery, which is going to cost a lot of money. Come on. Import some waste, thank you. You have the wrong color scheme. Yeah, green. Green for toxic waste, please. Okay, so once the heating plant is up, I guess this area could start running. We have over 1,000 people living in our place now. We do have unemployment now. I'm sounding very happy because that means I have the ability to... Well, first of all, we're gonna run out of money again and we have heating issues, so let's take out another loan that may not become a problem. But what I was about to set up is we can set this construction office now to auto search constructions with domestic workers. And the second thing we can set up is workers brought to the heating plant slash waste incineration site, not from the customs house anymore, but from our town. And I think we'll also use the bus end station for this. What did we import now? Okay. Mechanical components for the repair station. Yeah, repairs are starting. I guess maybe we can also have the fuel unloading in this area where we already have an off point for our trains. Could also be over here because this is also a dead end. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be a problem, and then have the fuel source over here. Speaking of fuel source, I should also plan for a fire station in this area, just because fire stations are pretty good. I also need electricity, water, sewage, heating. And yeah, in regards to heating, I think I'll try with a small heating plant. Since I only want to have the coal mine there, nothing else, so the town shouldn't really need to expand. I might have to relocate the construction office again that deals with transferring workers. Quality down to 34. I don't want to build more statues. This already looks very ridiculous. This area could probably deal with a statue. Looks like the unemployment is not high enough in this area where we are getting the construction office picking up people. That's also probably for the best, since we're picking up people to go to the heating plant, and if the construction office takes them away, then it could be bad. I will relocate the construction office though to this area. That's it. That copies all settings except for the search range and what should be built, and also resource assignments. So the old construction office, the old free construction office, is now also a thing of the past. Still need to set up a proper one at some point, but not now. We have the money to repay our second loan from 3. Should be loan free again soon, unless we import something really expensive and have to take out another one. Small epidemic. Doesn't spread easily, doesn't affect health easily, not sure how long. Okay. Well, we're not gonna do anything special about that. Kindergarten, school. We still need a small clinic. Well, let's start. At least we have some people that are getting picked up by buses, going places. I'll probably add 2 more buses to the route to Kribosia and let it also run through the new village once we've constructed it. Would be nice if we could finish it, then I could move people in and start the next research, the rail distribution office. Time to repay the last loan again. And we're loan free for now. We're not burning as much waste anymore as we did previously. We're slowly running full again. Need to run more workers into this area. Eventually I might have to set up a dedicated bus stop for this place. Because the walking distance from this bus stop to over here is so long that when they stop working, only then will new workers unload that unload at the bus stop walk towards the incinerator. And then there's a gap in between where no one is working. Probably too many waste trucks at the customer's house now too. Oh, we managed to sneak 1 worker into the construction site. Well, at least something. Gotta do that about 15 more times and then we finish the construction. Do I need the rail distribution office or do I want to go towards something else? So I think tourism is probably not something I want to do this time. I think if I do tourism again, it would be exclusively tourism, and even waste management would just be incinerate and forget. No recycling. We could go now. Fire research doesn't give us anything, except it reduces the damage in buildings and therefore maintenance by reducing the amount of fires you have, I guess. Party membership ranking would work towards a secret police, boosting loyalty that way. I think we would have to go for railway distribution office in preparation for expanding our nation further down inland. Probably also towards the western border, so we can make use of our currency in that regard. And we're out of money. And we got money back. Okay, heating plant has been built. That means, since I can't afford another coal truck, you're gonna go into that distribution office. And we're also gonna tell you to buy coal from the customs house and bring it to the heating plants. At 50%, I would say. And then we can have people move in here and I can start my research. And we can also assign the construction officers to pick up boards from here. Allow people to move in. We have everything. Let's find 40 lucky people and drop them in here. And see how they feel about that. Someone want to work in the heating plant maybe? No? No one? It's one person? Oh no, they'd rather work in the construction site, of course. Of course. Go to the heating plant, you lovely people. They're gonna freeze to death. One person already left. No, we only got 40. How did it go up to 41? I don't know. Alright, people are in the heating plant. Now you can do whatever you want. Okay, we're making boards. Let's also make sure that the factory connections are one way, even though it doesn't really matter. And then we'll build the open storage, and that will be the pickup location for boards. And we have to adjust the bus route. So the buses we have are the RTO Lux. Oh, we bought one more. I renamed the vehicle, didn't I? Okay. That's fine. We'll rename the line. What happens if I remove this name and save? Doesn't work. Then... oh god, they're gonna make me spell it. There you go. And the bus route will also need to be adjusted. We need another vehicle that for sure. I think the route is going to be too long. But before you go to Kribosia, you need to go here first. Load anyone. Don't really need to pick up workers, except workers who don't have an education, I guess. After that, Kribosia. You can unload people, I guess. You don't have a school, so I don't know why people would get unloaded here, but I'll leave it on. And then, yeah. That should take care of the people living there. Two extra buses to deal with the logging camp. They don't even have a sports side, they have no culture. Could give them a tennis playground, I guess. Which is good for 5 people, and in this case I think that would be appropriate. And also a statue. At least one statue in each residential area. Have to do it. Okay. Hopefully that'll make this area habitable. We'll come back in a while and take a look. For now that means we have 3 settlements, so I can start the 3rd research. Which is going to be the railway distribution office, unless someone objects. But I don't see containers becoming useful unless I increase my crop production a lot and then I put it into containers. Maybe the next research could be containers, I don't know. Airway traffic doesn't help. Tourism would help, I think. But we don't produce our own food or alcohol, so... if we're actually gaining from that, I don't know. We will pause the construction of this junction and work towards... I was gonna say farm, but I really want to go towards the incinerator. Don't think the farm is gonna make us lots of money. Line workers can't work because of no kindergarten. I think it's still okay. I don't know if the people will get cranky because of it. Maybe we can run the settlement as is. Or maybe we'll have to build a kindergarten. So far it seems to be working okay. So, now we're working towards the new incinerator. We'll be able to throughput twice the amount of waste. We'll be able to run it with a rail network. We'll keep the old incinerator for domestic waste production, but the new large-scale incinerator will deal with foreign waste and be our main money-making machine for the time being. Once we get it set up. We'll stop toxic waste imports for now. With 3 vehicles, we'll still let 1 vehicle run, and I think there's a direct route still. I will move that one into the other distribution office. Oh, we have 3 running still. Didn't know we had that many. Oh no, that's a different line. That's selling. This is the line I'm looking for. Could save up for an EDK, make rail construction faster. Would cost us more money. Could start building the new incinerator, then importing the toxic waste would not be a problem. I think we'll start with building this dump with the claw machine. And we can fill it with toxic waste as much as we want. Moving off of this incinerator with the toxic waste onto the new and improved one. We'll be able to build that, I think. Does cost quite a bit of steel. But we can resume toxic waste imports. Man, if we get all of that aluminum out of there and recycle it, that could be another source of income for us. Let's reduce all of our storages back to 30%, which will also conserve some money. Speaking of which, we're out. Let's trigger some more waste imports. Until we get the storage set up. I don't know if you need to tell me every time this heating plant stops working. But I'll probably leave the message enabled. The workers... Oh, what's this? Why did you complain being out of something? I don't know. Shouldn't have been the case. Yeah, we have very few workers available here, and they're all getting picked up by... Oh no! Construction office bus managed to grab 7 of them. Building a statue in copper. Put that on low priority. Okay, our storage is up. Only going to store boards here. Do I want to bring the boards here to be loaded at this area, or do I want to tell our construction office to load boards somewhere else? Probably the latter. So we'll give you the message to tell me when the boards are empty, and we will tell you to not import boards anymore, just bricks, prefabs and steel. That way, once the boards are empty, we can tell our construction office to switch its source of boards to our new board storage. And the volume of production is basically only for domestic consumption here. Come on, I need a few more people popping out of this bus platform every now and then, so we can actually get some constructions done. You have been emptying out a bit. Let's check the population statistics for the first 5 years. We had 48 escapes. We had 455 deaths. We had 1,000 births. So we have a lot of population growth in our nation, which pretty much exceeds the death and escape rate by about double. So I think things are still going really well. I might have to resume picking up construction workers from the border again. Otherwise we're not going to get much done. So we're working towards the new incinerator. It's going to take a while getting the rail line up in that area, but until then we can still supply material to be burned by truck, I guess. Building the incinerator, however, is going to cost a bit of money to get set up. %48 happiness, only complaint is no electronics. Let's allow up to 5 workers in the sawmill, I guess. I wonder if eventually I will have so much money that I can centralize all of the heating of all the surrounding villages into one heating plant. But I think the convenience of having a heating plant per village is still pretty much universal. Lower cost, decentralized problems, like if one heating plant catches fire, the other towns are not affected. I don't know. Seems like that would be winning out. Stop the toxic waste imports again. We need to run through our mixed waste for now. Okay, we're bringing workers over here now. Need about 10 bus loads to finish this construction. Probably a bit more. Looking at this area, it's going to be quite expensive, as is every area. So yeah, I think we have to get the incinerator set up running first before we can think about running our coal mine. Now this one is interesting because I think a small heating plant will work, but I'm not sure I can use it without a storage. The customs house is right there, but if I use it with domestic coal, then I think there could be transportation issues on the rail network eventually. If it runs into a construction train or if it runs into a traffic jam or anything. So I think we'll have the heating plant over here. Just a small one. With the potential of a storage. And then a small aggregate unloading station to feed into that storage. Which would be after this. Just coming off here and then leaving this way again. And that will supply heating to all of the houses and hopefully not make too much pollution. Should I save up for an EDK? I think we will run a lot of waste import as soon as the storage is up. And if after that we have enough money to buy an EDK, we will buy an EDK. The incinerator will cost 54 tons of steel. We have 65 in storage. We will definitely need to import more bricks, that's for sure. Boards we're gonna make ourselves at some point. I mean, like, used for construction, we're already making them. Gravel is already there. Yeah. Well, first let's finish the storage and then fill it with waste. An EDK would definitely help. Six more buses to finish this. Could also get more buses for the construction office, larger buses again. I wanted to do that once we had a significant amount of people waiting at the bus platform to go to work somewhere. But that's evidently not the case yet. And it will be even less of a possibility once we have an EDK which can eat 60 workers by itself. I could force one residential building to always send people to the bus stop, which would then either get picked up, or if they don't get picked up, they go to work in the surrounding area. Why is our population count decreasing in this building? Or am I imagining things? Why is the population count going down? I think our health is also going down. Oh yeah, pollution. Sure. Life expectancy is still great, but maybe we're now burning so much toxic waste that it is affecting people indirectly. I don't think the toxicity is reaching this area, but I have no guarantee of that. There is one way to check, which is, I guess, with a water pump, a water well, because that will tell you the toxicity based on water quality. The default is 95. Anything lower than 95 is basically pollution. Wait a minute. Do we have garbage issues? Is there pollution here because of... Oh yeah. The kindergarten is making pollution. So people are leaving this area because the kindergarten is throwing out garbage and it's not being picked up in time. I don't know if it will be able to reach this. I don't think so. Should be able to. 106 meters. It's gonna be close. There's a few more kinks and other stuff, but might be in range. If not, we'll have to drop another garbage storage in place. Oh yeah, it'll be in range. Okay. Should be quick to set up, and then this problem should go away. Currently without electricity, I will take out a loan. Looks like our incineration went through all of the garbage. One more bus to finish the dump with claw machine. And then it's time to start working on this incinerator. Repay our loan again. Start importing toxic waste. And there's the dump with claw machine finishing up. Okay. Only hazardous waste may be stored here. And that's going to be our main point of delivering resources to. Let's start with the construction of the building. Once that one is up running and we have enough people there to operate it, we'll be able to go through a lot of waste. In the meantime, let's hope we can resolve the issue here with the pollution. Then people will hopefully not run away anymore. That's the wrong one, we should have done that one first. Oh well. I don't think any other buildings affected, they all have other storages. I will disable auto search again for you. Do not bring anyone to the copper statue or anything right now. We'll assign you where you need to go, because we're using foreign workers, so we need to be a bit careful about our money. The copper statue in this area can be built by people living here. They don't have anything else to do. Or we'll build it once we have our own domestic workers again. Okay. So, water well. There's a bunch of pollution here, as you can see. It's all yellow, causing issues. You have a lot of points to drop garbage into. There's also a lot of points over here. I think everything else is taken care of. I think it was just the kindergarten, I assume, which hopefully is now taken care of. We'll have to monitor that. Good thing about the small sports facilities is that they do not produce their own waste. A large football playground does, but the previous football playground and a tennis court do not. Maybe I should finish this with foreign workers. Sure, bring some workers here and finish the statue. So I don't know if they have a problem with not being able to work, dealing with their children. I don't think they have an issue with that, but I'm not sure. So far not a lot of people have left, so it might be okay. Average lifespan is quite low compared to the rest. I don't even know if they have access to the clinic as in emergency services can reach here. Oh yes, they can. Okay. Okay. Fire station test successful, I guess. The railway distribution office can be anywhere as long as it has access to everything. As in, we don't put it somewhere where it can only turn one way and then it can't go the other direction. I think the rail distribution office will be over here, with the plan of having the fuel unloading in this area as well, and we hook it up with a connection in this area. You already have a statue, what more do you want? You want a pub. I guess we could build a pub here. .84 is quite low. Well, hopefully the pollution dissipates soon. What about you? Where are you storing your garbage? Also next to the small clinic, that's fine. That is a large storage area. There's enough room for a lot of things. We should probably stop dropping toxic waste here, maybe. But I guess then again it does get burned up. So the rail distribution office does not need connection to the depot or the fuel station. So in theory it could be in this area, but I think it's too small of an area to fit it here. And I don't know if I want to relay all of the track to make that fit. I guess I could. Would be slightly annoying though. Rail distribution office done. Let's see what we have. Well, it would fit in this area. Fire station being relatively close. This is a significant investment if it gets built. Might have to increase the worker count in here so the fire station has enough workers all the time. Or give them a better fire truck. This is probably such a big investment that it might warrant an asphalt road leading to it. It's not just the building itself, it's also all the machinery that will be stored in it. And yeah, as I said, it doesn't really have to go down to these two. But it does have to go to the gravel processing. So this setup will not work. And I think we have to put the rail distribution office a little bit further away. The other thought was about here, next to the road. Turning down into this area, turning left and right, basically connecting everything. Being right next to the asphalt road, giving good firefighting coverage because of the good road access. And a relatively short distance for the train line to be built. So I guess this will be the location of our rail distribution office. It'll need electricity, which we can set up because of the stuff we have in Krubosia, but it's getting pretty busy. And then we'll bring fuel to it, and it'll be fine. And the rail distribution office should not need much electricity because all it's doing is pumping fuel. So if I check the fuel, the maximum wattage for the circuit breaker is only 50 kilowatts. So I did hook up the heating plant over here to also be in range, just in case of the overlap being useful, but that one also only uses 200 kilowatts. So a very small medium voltage wire will be sufficient. Okay. This is a dead-end area, so this corner is fine, I guess. We don't really need the rail line for trains to come back from this area, since we're not delivering anything to here. Maybe the customs house, but we have one delivery location already. I might need to remove the signals again, otherwise the construction trains are going to get confused. Okay, boards are empty, which means construction office picks up boards now from our board storage. Money's going up pretty well, but we're almost halfway full on the dump. Gotta start incinerating that. Building was on fire, has been extinguished. The population is still decreasing over here. I think we were at 111 last time I checked. I am not sure why, if it is actually tied to me burning up such a large amount of toxic waste or not. Or if it is because of the harsh sentences that I'm dishing out. Let's reduce sentences again to 10 years. Doesn't really help the people that are still in prison for 10 more years, but new convicts are gonna have a slightly easier time, I guess. 0% happiness, 0% loyalty, 0% religion sympathy, and 0% criminality. Everything else is pretty good. Okay, we'll stop importing toxic waste here. Just drop it onto the dump. That is going to be rail-based soon. Wait, did they increase the speed of these? 60. That's actually not bad. I thought they were much slower before. Might be a good choice to just running a full complement of these at 80 workers, and then you can build 4 different tracks at the same time. University education is up to 62%. Maybe we're losing all of them that are getting a university education. Let's lower the amount of professors. This is all looking quite cluttered, but you have to remember that This is the main line. This is just a siding space, so there can be as many intersections here as possible. It does not interfere much with this area. I wonder if I should move this a little bit back. Don't really have much space waiting here. Nah, I guess it's fine. They can also wait here, I guess. We have started construction on the new incinerator. Lots of bricks left. A little bit of steel and mechanical components, but mostly bricks. So we're not going to expend many more resources to build this. Once I start mining my own coal, I can also set up a brick factory. After I set up the coal ore processing plant. I do think we will have a town that just does coal ore processing. Because it will require only 45 workers per building. And I think we'll have 2 buildings to start out with the option of increasing it to double or triple. Slowly grow the town towards only turning coal ore into usable coal. I think they want another loyalty building here. Yes, Kribosia. Citizens' loyalty is low. So get another truck. Machine replacement is in progress, meaning this facility is currently not doing anything. Good thing we burned up most of the waste. We have some spare time. Should be a quick reconstruction project. Yeah, only 33 days. No cranes or anything, but yeah, they have to replace the machinery, so send a bunch of workers here and finish it up. Which should be a task of you. And you have a large bus. You're picking up workers from Vulcanideni, and I thought by that time I would have had enough people here to actually make that plausible. But we have to monitor you, since we only just brought 5 people, and that's not enough to finish 35-day construction job without any machinery. Should still finish it. Probably gonna sneak in another construction with a few more people. We will assign our construction office with workers here to start work on the incinerator. How expensive is the EDK now? 120,000. Is there a cheap EDK here? Track builder? No, just an AGMU. We'll have to get the scrapping facility set up before it hits 1980, because that is when automatic replacement can become an issue. If we toggle it on. Right now we haven't set it on yet, but I do want to have it toggled on with sending to scrapyard as the default. 20 more work days. Board storage is almost full, 2/3. I don't think I need to export any of that. It's just here for construction. Work has started. This is going to take a while, but we also need a lot more resources, a lot more bricks, and then the machinery is just a given, but we still need that. I will reduce the amount of workers in the indoor swimming pool to like 10. Cinema is fine, it's only 5 workers. School can be 3 each. Loyalty 34%. Probably need a lot more. But I want to run smaller areas, I don't want to fill them up with statues and monuments. They're living off grid, they should be happy. They have a tennis playground. What more do you need? I don't know how you play tennis with 3 people, I guess. I guess 2 people playing and 1 being the judge. Okay, waste storage is half full. That means toxic waste imports will slow down for now, unless we tell it to import up to 100%. And I don't really see a reason not to. Well, 90% is probably better, so they don't import like a few kilograms when it has run full. Brick deliveries are a bit slow. So the coal mine in this area is still available, I guess. I don't know if I want to set it up. Probably not after the first one. I guess a coal ore processing facility will be a little bit more important, and that one will be a small area. Like the gravel processing, which has the same worker count. Coal ore processing doesn't take much. 15 workers. We just need 2 or 3 facilities of those. 2 facilities to start out with. And then make sure that we can expand up and in. Problem with these is that they are quite large, so you have 15 workers in these, but the facility is quite large. Pollution wise, they are also outputting 12 tons a year. About the same as the mine, but you have more than 1. So gotta be careful with how much pollution this area creates. We're a quarter of the way towards an EDK. Could take out a loan and purchase it right now, but let's not do that. We will increase our money making capabilities once Well, I guess we do need the ETK. And yeah, we need to either connect the rail distribution office and hook that up, or connect the depot and run a dedicated train or two. I think the rail construction office is, rail distribution office is gonna be the better choice. It'll give us a little bit more flexibility, where trains can do multiple things with the click of a button, rather than having set up specific lines. I really need better, larger buses. There are some workers waiting here now. Population still dropped a little bit, but I think it's recovering now. I'm thinking of assigning the construction office that is handling reconstruction to help with building this. And then letting it get workers from the border, because it can carry a lot more. I'll do that. We'll get the incinerator set up. Don't really have the method to get the waste out of here yet. All is based on basically trains. I don't want to buy a lot of trucks to make that happen, so I guess we have to get the storage set up and then run a short burst of incineration and build towards the rail in the meantime. Get that EDK. EDK is of a priority right now. Need something to drink. Okay. So we've gotten 3 researches for now, and it's been 5 years in-game. We don't have a big money maker yet, but we're working towards it. We will need a lot of money to get it set up. But maybe we can run it with a not poor, but like an old train that is cheaper. Something like that. So yeah, I guess we're gonna build the rail track towards the rail distribution office and hope to make it work that way. Hello Sharia Shu, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome. Is the large bus on its way? It is. Full complement of workers. Excellent. Still need 9 deliveries of bricks to finish this. And then the machine installation. And then workers will automatically walk to the area as soon as it's up. I mean, they might already, for all we know, because we're only... Oh, we're mostly bringing foreign workers here. Hi mate, can you tell me how to start building on start game? That is a question that is not easily answered. It depends on the map. It depends on what you want to go for. That is like asking in a racing game, how do I drive fast? Or in a first-person shooter, how do I win? But to start out with, you basically pick something that you want to do. If it's your first game, you probably just disable money and then you try build towards it. So then it also depends on if you're playing on realism mode, where you have to build everything yourself, or you can just plop down buildings and build them with money. It's quite difficult to answer that. Okay. Well, if you start with endless money, then you can pick any building you want, place it down, and then it should... I don't know if you started with realism mode. If you didn't start with realism mode, you can just pay to build any building anywhere. But if you did start with realism mode, then that's a little bit too difficult to explain, because you need to work with the free construction offices to set up your initial infrastructure. So there are, under the construction office category, there are free construction offices available that help you like regular construction offices. They can build buildings with resources that they can pick up from the border. You need to assign where they can pick up resources from, and in this case they would pick up everything from the border. You will need a free gas station if you're playing with fuel. You will need a free distribution office to supply the gas station with fuel. If you use a direct route, then it only has one working slot and it could get blocked if you do that. So that is only if you are playing on realism mode. If you're playing with endless money and without realism mode, you can just build buildings by going into their interface when they're getting constructed and saying, I would like to quick build you, and then it just quick builds them. You get resources at the start to buy them at the customs house, if you're playing in realistic mode. If not, you can buy resources in each building individually, where you need them. So you can plop down free storages and supply them with resources from the customs house. Or you can tell your construction offices to pick up resources directly there, or your distribution offices, or your lines. If you have, for example, if you have a truck that drives between the customs house loading meat and then dropping it into meat storage, you can do that. That's one way to get resources. Okay, toxic waste storage. Okay, this is the large incinerator import. And this is the large incinerator export. No problem, you're welcome. Still have to build that one. Gonna cost a bunch of steel and mechanical components. Getting close to finishing up that construction though. We also have to build the other storage, but it's gonna be about as expensive, half as expensive as the incinerator with the amount of steel it needs. We do have that much steel in storage, but when we use that, then we will re-import, I guess. No problem, you're fine. It's just difficult to explain this game while trying to also play it. Unless you only focus on explaining the game. 4 more brick deliveries, and then the machine placement. It does have water, sewage and electricity, so it will be operational as soon as it gets constructed. And the claw machines also have electricity, which is very good. Otherwise that could have been slightly annoying. We still have to build the electricity over here though for the farm. There's a fly in my room. Not ideal. Yeah, I guess we have to build this, so it does not matter in which order it gets built, we have to connect this. And the trains would travel from the distribution office, picking up toxic waste, going all the way around here, delivering it, picking up mixed waste and removing it. And that should hopefully make us a decent chunk of money. One more delivery of bricks. I wish I could scroll the camera up a little bit more to see the moon, but that only works in vehicle cam. And it's quite noisy going into vehicle cam. Let's resume waste imports. For the time being. We need more money. Come on, one more delivery of bricks. Where is it? Oh, now we're waiting for it. Ah, there's one. Okay, now we can finish the construction. The current construction, laying brick phase, and then finish the last one. Installing the machines with steel and mechanical components. And then the incinerator will be operational. Slightly a larger one, but it'll have good throughput. Maybe triggering that right now is not that great, but I want it. I want the output storage also. Then we can use all of the waste trucks to import and export. And run the new large incinerator. And run this one at like 5 workers, and the rest that should go to the large incinerator. Okay, all resources are present. And we're out of money again, so... As soon as the large incinerator comes online, the trucks that we have will be able to run continuously, I think. We're only running this large incinerator with toxic waste, nothing else. Not gonna finish that, unfortunately, but it's gonna be very close. Workdays, 150 workdays, 189. And out of money again. We're gonna finish that building now and the storage. And then we're gonna run it, and hopefully that'll make us enough money to not run into problems anymore. Sorry, I can't read that. I don't know how to read Cyrillic. All resources for the storage are now also present. Let's assign our maintenance construction office as well, because it has the better bus. So we can finish all of them in a reasonable amount of time. We will stop the imports here again. We'll restrict this to 5 workers. And the rest shall go to the large incinerator. Because it will be coming online now. And that thing has way more throughput. But yeah, we do need the export storage, otherwise we're gonna run full pretty fast. And once the storage is up, we can run imports and exports via trucks, what we're doing right now. And switch to a rail-based solution as soon as we have it hooked up. Hopefully we'll get more workers here soon. Good, the amount of people inside this building has increased again. Population growth is back. Need like 2 large buses full of workers to finish that. Has almost run full on internal waste. Also we're out of money again. We're still importing resources to fill our construction storages. That's why we're currently experiencing money shortages. Also the rail construction is continuously working, of course. I want to look at it from a vehicle view. Maybe we can take that view, because the engine should not be running. There's the moon. Unfortunately, can't really see much except for the chimney of our heating plant from here, but at least I tried. Maybe I can build a parking lot up here and store one vehicle in it so I can always switch to its view and look down. Okay, we're run full on mixed waste right now. But the storage will come up soon and then we can switch it to hold all of the waste and export it from there. In the meantime, rail construction has started on the loop. I really want to buy an EDK. Taking out a loan. I will take out a loan. We'll get an EDK. Not taking out loans wasn't part of the challenge, but I wanted to restrict myself a little bit. This will help. Could buy a second one. Let's stick with one for now. We have 3 rail construction vehicles now. This will probably build towards the rail distribution office at the beginning. Yeah. We need both. Can't run it otherwise, so it's fine. This is our construction office that is handling maintenance in Vulcanedeni. We still have to assign the board storage here, otherwise if we have maintenance it won't be able to find any boards. And that could be a problem. Gravel is already assigned, but boards is not. That's still the old storage, I think. Another small epidemic, sure. And now we're finishing the storage. So, we want to also sell mixed waste at the customs house in both of these. And we want to load mixed waste from here. So now the incinerator can continue running and dumping all the mixed waste, the remains, into that storage. And in the future, we can take all of that and run it by train into a recycling facility. Okay, and our dump trucks will now handle that and will repay some of our loans. You can go here, because we don't need that much throughput anymore if we're only handling domestic waste. That's more like it. Yeah, we will need trains for this, that's for sure. This is quite the volume of waste. Maybe next year. The EDK will get the connection to the rail distribution office up quite quickly, I think. Doesn't have that many resources on it right now, but we should have enough resources on site. The distribution office handling resources here needs to also get the boards domestically. Okay. No, wait, I made a mistake. You don't need to pick up boards. Cancel. You don't need to store boards. Or do you? Wait. Yes, you do. You need to store boards in that one. That's for the rail construction office. That one needs boards. Carry on. Okay, now you arrive back with a full load of materials to continue rail construction, so you do have enough materials. Well, I assume you're gonna build towards here. We're not supposed to build towards that area yet. And then we have our rail distribution office, which still needs construction, so let's start on that as well. Fire station for the rail distribution office is Kribosia. And I think I'm gonna probably move a better fire truck in here. I guess this one is pretty good. This just has better road speed, so when this one gets there it works better, but this drives to the fire quickly. Let me check something. So you have a maximum capacity of 23, which is also, I think, your speed level 23. This one has 20. Okay, so the max is the actual... okay. That's good to know. Then I might be able to buy something that has like a limit of... well, I guess 4 is a little bit low, but I guess I could get 2 of those, and then I'm at 8. Might still be enough to extinguish most things. Okay, let's repay half of that. Let's repay 100,000 because we still have the rail distribution office to construct. Plus we need a train and a bunch of cars for the rail distribution office. So we will have to take out a loan for that. But as soon as we take out the loan, everything else has been set up. And it should be quite straightforward to repay that money quite quickly. Okay, you've incinerated all the waste inside, so you're now going to start with the waste on the import. The trucks are quite busy. There's so much left to build. We have built that road though, so we are hooked up here. All those buildings are not scheduled for construction yet, but we can build the infrastructure around it. That is okay. So the footpaths and all the other things that we need. I think once the rail construction towards the distribution office is done, the EDK might switch towards the other side and start building towards that. Although we do have the corner to build and also this connection. Because we do need to be able to travel into the customs house from here, since we're gonna travel along here to import waste, but also when we're exporting waste, we need to travel back from the customs house to the distribution office. So that connection needs to be in place, otherwise it won't work. At some point I might build a third rail line here to have a little bit more capacity for trains going into the customs house. And yeah, exporting crops is also something that I stopped. I guess we can resume that. I think I'll move the prisoners over to the incinerator, so they shall work in that area instead. We do have domestic workers in here now, which is good. That means more and more people are waiting at the bus platform to be picked up. Don't think it's enough yet to run construction with it, but it's good to see. A rail distribution office is gonna be about as expensive as the large incinerator. Slightly less bricks, slightly more steel. I think 1966 is where, next year is where we can have this rail line running. I will have to take out a loan to get the trains, but I think it will pay for itself quite quickly, I hope. If we get the rail distribution office set up in time, I will take out the loan early to get another EDK, and then probably sell the AGMUs to have both EDKs running. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't have a scrapyard. It doesn't make sense. So I don't know what resources we have in this area. I know over here we had coal. Oh yeah, we had a lot of iron around. Alright, there's an iron source right here. There's more over here. Well, tiny sprinkles of iron. There's some over here next to that mountain. Man, this would be an ideal steel mill area, I guess. I have to probably spend the next 2 researches on getting a view of the basic resources. Also, what happens if I tear down a village? Okay, I think the maximum amount of researches I can get is based on the amount of active settlements I have, so if I tear one down and then I rebuild another one, I don't get another research. I still am limited by the maximum amount I currently have running. Might be time to remove those vehicles. I will put them into a depot for now. And replace them with slightly larger buses again. And by slightly larger, I mean almost times 10. Buildings filling up again is good. But population did drop again. Why did it drop again? These buildings are full. They also don't have any complaints, which is awesome. They have food and meat, but the rest is basically only available by bus. These ones have a few more complaints, but only because of the kindergarten. Why is there a problem with people living in this area? This appears to be the only area where people are moving out of. You have access to waste storage, yes. I don't know. Unable to get close, low government loyalty. Someone was unable to buy clothing, okay. Wasn't anyone in these areas, so it must have been somewhere in here, but I don't know why they would be unable to do that. The small shopping center has enough capacity, so seems fine. We've run full on mixed waste. Okay, I will separate the duties. You are not gonna import anything anymore, but you will also help with exports if you feel like it. I guess you can still load fertilizer if you want to, but no more hazardous waste, please. So you should focus on keeping the export storage clear, so the incinerator can actually operate. Slow rail construction all around. But once it's set up, it's very powerful. Just would need to throw more people at it. We're up to 20 workers. Let's hire a few more migrants. That's like 200 extra migrants. We'll have to go through school, and then I guess they can work in the rail construction. It will be an extra 200 workers. So about 65, 66-ish per shift. That would be a lot. Almost able to fill the rail construction office completely. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Once the rail distribution office is set up, I also need to start with signals. A lot of resources here already, so let's send in the construction office buses with the workers. I'll probably phase out these material storages now. We'll stop bringing resources here. And just pick things up directly at the customs house instead. And for bricks we can already do that pretty much. Well, there are 2 more deliveries incoming. We can do that soon. Steel, prefab panels will have to wait longer. But bricks, boards... we can phase out that storage quite quickly. I will probably set up a distribution office just for this rail construction office. I don't think, well, might be overkill. I don't know this is going to be around for a very long time. We'll probably set up another rail construction office, a large one that is based on rail transportation of the resources towards itself. But I guess since the small one also can run in EDK, I guess it doesn't. It could also be a small one. Using more than 4 rail construction vehicles always feels a little bit too much. Not that I've ever needed more than 4, I don't think. Okay, education is improving. 0.45. I think it resets either at the start or the end of free time. Or it's maybe even every day, I don't know. The day is ending. Hasn't reset yet. Free time has started. Buying food, very good. No, won't be able to pray. Oh, you visited an attraction, where are you? Oh, the indoor swimming pool took care of your praying need, that's good. We do have a very high religious affinity, or religion sympathy, I guess. Still 0.45, heading towards school. And now 0.5, 0.45 to 0.5. Maybe it ticks up while they are learning. Didn't tick up much. Okay. Slowly going through that, I guess. Okay, we will need more brick deliveries. And I think the brick storage is now empty. So let's make sure a brick pickup is from the customs house for now. Wait, you need to demolish that? Okay. Sure, go ahead. There's a little bit of waste in there for some reason. Someone left a Snickers wrapper on the ground or something, so they have to get rid of it before they can remove the building. Let me drop a save of that. And then overwrite our normal save so I don't overwrite the save that I just made. Three more deliveries of bricks, and then the last construction phase, and we're done with the rail distribution office. We're not able to haul the waste out of there quick enough. Definitely need trains. Okay. Last construction phase incoming. Steel, mechanical components. The construction train is also very close with probably 3 more construction tasks, maybe 4. We'll be able to reach the rail distribution office. And then we need the large corner, which it has decided to start doing instead. So we're doing that right now. We have 1 corner set up, and the route to the rail distribution office, it can start working. So it's all good. We'll increase the priority where it's currently working, and the other rail line leading into the rail distribution office as well. That means the other trains might come over here now instead, which is also okay. I'll have to spend quite a considerable amount of money to get the rail distribution office filled up with vehicles. Thankfully it's easy to relocate fields. Okay, now the storage has been removed. I think I know what happened. There might have been a little bit of extra material left in that building, and we demolished it with some spare material in there, and then it got left over at waste. Might have been a rounding error. Okay, more steel. Some steel left. We'll need to switch our construction offices over for steel as well. Right now. So no resources in here. Okay, that one got fully demolished right away. Prefab panels will have to wait until this runs empty, and then it will give us a warning, and then at that point we can switch it over. Same for... well, gravel we're not going to use up. This is just pretty much gravel that no one's going to use. Load the gravel from here. Get it out of here. Yep, they're sending more construction trains up here now. That's okay, then we can get the rail distribution office set up, which it almost is. There's 2 more construction phases actually. I might need technical service in the area. The lack of snow plows is a little bit frightening. Did I not set up one? This one. I need to start working on that. Move the snowplows over, replace them with better ones, something. Technical services are cheap, right? Ah, 25 tons of steel is quite expensive. But yeah, we need more of them. Make sure the roads are cleared. need to write something down. Okay. Hello McFly. Hello Lucky Tester, do you have any idea about the arrival of the update, which is starting to be desired? I'm French, I'm writing to the translator, maybe I wouldn't understand your answer, but thank you in advance for this one. I only know that it's supposed to come in June, so it should be coming out soon. I don't know about an exact date. I have no idea when it will come. I do not know. We are still working on it. The developers are still working on it. We are testing it. It's looking very good. And it depends on the developer. I don't know. I have no idea. I hope you understood. If not, I can write it in chat, I guess. But all we know is June, so... Okay, last steel delivery to the rail construction office. And then finish up the construction. Wait for the rail line to get connected. And then we can fill it with vehicles after probably 500,000 ruble loan. We will wait with that though until we have a rail connection that leads towards the incinerator. Doesn't make sense to buy the vehicles before that. Oh, you almost finished the construction. Very close. Such a shame. We will probably need 3 more attempts to finish that, but we'll be ready. Okay, thank you. I pretty much got it all figured out. I asked that because in their last post of May 29th, they announced the release for about 1 week and a few days. Yes. But the internal testers have been very busy at finding a lot of bugs so that the public beta is as good as possible. And I guess the developer had a lot of things to do. So we are hoping that the release will be extra great. It's not the right word. I don't know. I hope the release will be very good for you guys. But it did need some extra work. Here's our rail distribution office. No rail connection yet. No fuel. I think this distribution office might be a little bit busy with having to handle fuel distribution to so many targets. Maybe... Maybe I do need a dedicated fuel distribution office. Well, I guess you're also not very busy, so... Okay, no, the fuel truck is not doing anything right now. No fuel in there, thank you. Yeah, I don't know about the schedule of the release. I only know that when there's a bug, we need to report and fix it. Oh yeah, the extra bit of greenery does help to make this place a little bit more lively. Well, they probably from previous experiences assumed that it would be quite quick, but the update introduces a lot of new mechanisms, and there were things that needed to be polished more before they could go out. And the point at which the developer decides that now is a good time, only the developer knows. We don't know. Wait, did I increase the priority of the wrong one? No, I didn't increase the priority of this one at all. High priority, please. So, there might have been an estimate of a week or 2 weeks, but could also shift because of if there's problems, if there's changes, if there's other things that might not even have something to do with the game. Timescales could change, time frames could change, which is an unfortunate reality in game development, but it does happen. I think all of the stuff that I reported pretty much got fixed. I don't know what else got reported, but from my side it feels pretty solid. There's of course always the issue that I might be playing the game where I am working around a few things that would be considered bugs by other people, but can't really change that. We're out of money again. Let's take out another 50k. Where's the EDK? Is the EDK building towards the other side now? Oh yeah, it is. It's racing. I thought the small one was faster. Might be faster if you don't have many people. Maybe the small one is faster. I guess one could test that. 30 workers now. Almost everyone has run through our school systems, so let's lower the amount again down to, let's say, 4. And yeah, we have workers to be picked up here. Looks like we now have enough workers in the area. It's huge, biggest update. Well, the update plays with everything. Like every aspect of the game that already exists connects to it. You have a water purification plant, that one makes waste. You have a school, you have education, you have secret police, you have your justice system, all of them make waste. Different kinds of waste. So your small clinic makes hazardous waste. But then on top of that, the waste itself is made out of different materials, and you can handle those differently. You can recycle each individually. Basically every type of waste has its own production line. So if we, for example, go into here and we check mixed waste, this is what you can do with mixed waste. Separate this metal scrap, get construction waste out of it, aluminum, throw it into the incinerator, make power, make heat. And then of course you can keep going further underneath these, so metal scrap can get turned into steel, etc. So there's a lot more industries after that now with that. There's a lot more ways to make resources, so you can make steel out of waste pretty much. You don't need a steel mill to make steel. It still helps, but there are other options. So I think it is the largest one. Maybe not the largest increase of the game. That one probably happened very early on when the game was still being fleshed out and the update added like a lot of new features compared to what was already in the game. But I think the current update has the most content out of all of them. And it will also mean that a lot of people will have to relearn how to play the game. Because you can't just set up a large industry and it will run forever. You will have to think about maintenance, you will have to think about your vehicle repairs. You can't just set up an oil field and it will be fine. You can't just set up a fire station with a helicopter and it'll be fine. Those things will need to be repaired eventually. And those repairs will need to be done by people. So you will have to have people in at least like 3-kilometer range somewhere. Could also be foreign workers, of course. But you will need to supply those to a building that is within range of the helicopter. And you have a lot of options how to deal with waste. You can sell it, you can burn it, and then sell the remains, which reduces the amount of waste, because if you burn wood, there's not much left to sell. But if you burn waste where there's a lot of metal scrap or construction waste in it, then that stuff doesn't burn up and you still have to sell it and transport it. Or you can burn it and then recycle it, or you can treat it and then recycle it, or you can just recycle what you can recycle and dump the rest into a dump somewhere and let it rot away on its own. There's a lot of stuff to be had in the new update, and it will be very interesting for people, I think. It will be a challenge. Come on, finish this rail construction, please. It's only 2 more segments. I guess we still need the rail over here to be built, but I'm impatient. Fertilizers made where? There's 2 different types of fertilizer. You have solid fertilizer and you have liquid fertilizer as an option. Liquid fertilizer is the most what people know, like how it works in workers and resources. You need to research it first, but you can place down a synthetic fertilizer factory where you put in water and chemicals and it makes fertilizer. And then you can transport the fertilizer into the farm. The other option is normal fertilizer. And you make normal fertilizer in 2 different ways. Either you drop a dump somewhere, like one of these, and you fill it with biological waste. And the biological waste slowly turns itself into fertilizer, so at some point you can pick up the fertilizer and drive it to the farm. Or, alternatively, you can attach a composting plant to it. And the composting plant would draw in the fertilizers, draw in the biological waste from the factory connection and turn it into fertilizer. And it would also push the fertilizer back into the same storage. So this one uses a tiny amount of chemicals to turn biological waste into fertilizer much more quickly than what happens without any intervention. If you just drop biological waste here and you wait, it only works when there's positive temperatures around, so it does not work through winter. The composting plant works throughout the year. And then you transport the solid material with the new waste trucks to the farm, where it is then taken by a tractor automatically and put into the fields to increase the nutrient level and fertility. Still not done. Well, I finished this rail line, so we're only lacking this one to be able to buy trains. I hope this makes us money. There's a lot of waste that needs to be gotten away from here. It's mostly construction waste, aluminum and ash. Ash is the material that happens after you burn something. If you burn a lot of wood, it doesn't leave much ash behind, but like plastic and other stuff leaves like more resources behind. Why is no construction train driving here? It's not assigned. That's why. Okay, now they should drive here. At maximum 2 more construction tasks and we have our rail connection over here. In the meantime, the EDK is working diligently to get towards our storage over here. It's April, start of April. Should be doable. There's still a lot of construction to be done, but it should be doable. Do we have any used train that is cheap? Any diesel locomotive, 6 years, 7 years, that one is pretty cheap. We can now also get really tiny locomotives. Those ones would be very useful and cheap to set up things. They're very slow, but wouldn't it be funny if our trains were slower than the construction office trains? Yeah, I guess we'll go for some of these small ones. We can fill the rail distribution office with those, no problem. I just realized that I might also still need the rail connection to the depot, otherwise I can't really run a train route here to pick up the trains. I might be able to get it though. I might be able to have a train come here, refuel itself, and then tell it. I guess I can't tell it to move back. Yeah, we might need to get to the depot, unfortunately. One more construction task, then it's done. And then we need to build in this area. You could take that for cheating though, but me, when I come across a construction train on the way back, I give it Ctrl H. Well, you can also click the return home button. I don't use it because I'm lazy. It does speed things up, but I have time. It's fine. I know what you mean. There's the yellow double arrow that appears here when it's trying to drive back, and if you click it, it teleports back home. So now, how did you build the other rail going to the farm without a RCO, or did you have another somewhere? I didn't build a rail going to the farm yet, I paused it. So that one is planned to be built. This is the button I mean, move to workplace. And it's back. If you mean that rail track, it's not built yet. New button. That one was already in the old version. I don't know when it got introduced, but yeah. I do have a rail construction office. If you mean the whole train track, this is getting built by a rail construction office, building into both sides. Okay, we have our connection. Now I wonder if I can cheese it. Because I want to get trains in here without having to be connected to the depot. So we will have to take out a sizable loan right now. And then we need the new cargo wagons. ES waste. Yeah, we only have these. And I think that's the only one. This one can transport aluminum waste and metal scrap. But what we are interested in is getting rid of hazardous waste and mixed waste. They have a length of 10, they're very short. It's really hard to see the difference in color. I'm gonna go for that one, gray. We'll get 10 of these. We'll buy a new train. We'll get a cheap one. And only one train, I think, to start out with. So now I'm gonna try it. I can't. Okay, it doesn't work. I thought maybe when I set it to move here, I could change its, I could give it an order now to have a transport route, but it doesn't work. I need the connection to the depot for that, so... Oh yeah, this is a new train. Haven't placed any signals yet. Trains are figuring things out by themselves, which is nice. Doesn't seem to have a lot of fuel. Yeah, we can't move it back. Ah, well. So now we have to wait for this train track to get built. Okay, the EDK is building towards it. That's nice. Didn't have to take out that much of a loan, I guess, if the trains are that cheap. I guess we're gonna get 10 more cars and another locomotive. I did say I wanted to fill this up with locomotives, but I don't know if we need to. They are cheap though. Let's get 3 more locomotives. Then we can use one of them to... Oh. Then we can use one of them to bring the train cars here. I don't even know if they can pull 10 train cars each. They might be very slow to accelerate if they pull that many cars. There's probably going to be a collision here. Patience. Patience. Okay. No. Gotta wait for the depot, I guess. I wonder how much they can pull. They don't have a lot of power, right? 121 kilowatts. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe getting... Oh, railway needs to have rail signals. Yeah, we'll get that in place. Maybe we'll need to replace those with better trains right away. We'll see. We have started our loans again, the loan issue of taking out loans to do things faster, and now we are in debt by 500,000. I am not going to build anything else but the rail line to get out of that, I think. Could start putting signals here, I guess. If I start putting signals, I have to put them everywhere. Otherwise the construction trains only allow one construction train per block. And right now they're working very efficiently, building everything without any interference. "40 workers, pretty good. Things are getting faster." How's the walking distance to the rail construction office? So the people living in this side, if they can't find any employment, they go to the bus stop, where we have buses go through regularly. And the people over here currently have the rail construction office in walking distance. I always find it annoying to manage rail construction on a track that already has signals. I tend to just fully construct the rail system and then signal it. I don't know how to keep constructing with signals. Well, I recommend the following. This whole thing will get built, but once you start, if you want to build somewhere else, I basically have this prepared, because this will all work at some point, but rail construction will continue over here. So I basically left a stub here with a diamond switch, where they can cross over into each direction. And then over here, I'll just use like one signal each to let one train through. Doesn't work that well, and if the train tracks cross each other, you have to put signals down again, mixed signals, but it works well enough. But then you have them drive regularly until they get here, and from here on they start with signals again, and the rest is just mixed signals all the way. And then later on you have to build mixed signals. You have to change the mixed signals to the proper signals once the trains should run on the correct side. But yeah, it's a little bit confusing. I wonder if I should get another rail construction vehicle. Okay, let's see. High priority. We only need a connection to the depot. We do have a refueling point. I don't know how you would build the whole rail network first. I mean, I guess you can do that if you have the money, but I usually need the rail network to start making money, and then I expand up on the rail network. They basically rely upon each other, so I can't build much. Import more toxic waste, make more money. I think we can still get it this year, even with the change that we have to get to the depot. Same, try to do large pieces of rail and put the X last. Yeah. Sometimes I forget it and then it gets a little bit annoying, but you can usually put an X somewhere, and even without changing the signals with the new button to teleport the trains back, you can make it work. So you always have that as an option. So they drive to their workplace through the regular signals, build whatever they can, and then they can't drive back, you just teleport them back instead of changing all the signals. At least that'll work. Tend to start with medium cash, build out the rail to my major industries, then build a new RCO. If I want to expand somewhere else, or I just designal it all and go back to building in the new RCO. Okay, yeah. I usually play the whack-a-mole game where you flip rail signals and try to work it out. Or send the rail construction office over to construct something and then teleport it back. These trains are going to be really slow, but I'll get the job done, and we might be able to buy a replacement for them quite quickly. They might also be very cheap to maintain. If they're that cheap to buy, they can't be that much to maintain, so could be a cheap start. It's good to have cheap trains to start out with. How is is there a difference in, maybe did they make wooden based rail cheaper? I don't think they did, but Still same amount of steel and just boards instead of prefab panels. I don't know. Doesn't seem worth it. Unless it's maybe faster to build, but I don't know. That one just flipped the train track around because the construction train arrived at the construction site from a different side, and then yeah, that's a strange behavior of the game. Now we're just watching train tracks being built. As I said, there's not really any other construction that's going to happen. We're waiting for the train tracks to be built towards these storages to allow us for easy import and export of waste materials. Much faster than our trucks, hopefully. And then also the connection to the depot so we can actually have some trains running. Because right now I can't get them out of here. I don't think I could have made a train at this location. I could buy another one and try, I guess. Am I? I don't think I had the option. I know I only had the option to relocate it. I couldn't construct a train at the customs house. Would be nice if there was a signal where it's like a mixed signal, but one side of the signal is not a regular block, but it says there is no laws after that. So you could split off your regularly signaled area from an area that behaves like an unsignaled area. And then the construction trains could drive in there, and you have a lot of construction trains just driving around in there again. Not sure if that would be technically feasible though. I think we're making money again, a little bit, because we're importing toxic waste. Pretty much bought all the rail cars that we need, I think. 20 waste train cars. Could get another EDK, I guess. Sure, let's go crazy. Get another EDK. It's fine. Speed things along. We have too much money anyway. We don't have the workers for it, but we still have the option to maybe put 1 or 2 more residential blocks down. Each EDK takes 60 workers, which is 180 workers per day. And each of these houses has 150 people live in it. So it's approximately 1 building per EDK. So if we place down another EDK, another building, we would have enough for another EDK. Plus these buildings haven't filled up completely yet, so there is still hope. The EDKs are really nice because they carry so many resources and don't have to drive back and forth that much. That's their main benefit, I think. No, don't do it. You're gonna get run over. Well, the train is now wedged inside the EDK. Trains slow down on rails under construction. Yes. If you have a very long construction task, for example that one, the train will slow down as soon as it enters the construction site. And then slowly drives towards the end of the construction. So it might make sense to split it up with waypoints before you have a train go there, because then it's different blocks. If that is annoying. Oh, the train has finally snuck through. Okay. Well, the depot will be necessary. Guess I could have built it right next to the distribution office. Didn't know we wanted to run it that early. Yeah, we can't really incinerate if we can't get the mixed waste out of here. It's just too painful. We do need the rail connection. Do you have factories other than waste treatment? Not really, no. I have a farm, I have gravel processing, I have a small wood cutting post, but the way I am running this game is I am restricting myself to 1 research per settlement. So currently I have Vulkanideni, Kribosia and Vavkavich. That means I had 3 researches that I could do, and I've spent them on distribution office and rail distribution office, and there's a research that you have to do before you get the distribution office. So I've done 3 researches right now in the tech tree that has 100 plus researches. So we did these 3 researches, and then I will have to go and look for another village or town to build. In this case, I've already decided to build another area up here to have people live right next to a coal mine, which will supply coal ore onto the rail network. And then for the time being it will probably get exported. But in the future we will have another town, or in this case probably village, presumably in this area, which will turn coal ore into coal. So the plan, or I guess the limitation of this, is intended to force us to set up a lot of villages and towns that each do their own thing, and then the more villages or towns we have, the more research we can do. But until then, we're pretty much stuck with what we have. There are quite a few researches that we could do right now, but we don't have a technical university yet, so better industries are also off limit. Once we have our rail distribution office set up and our rail infrastructure is working, we could of course also make a town based on having a food factory or a distillery and then making our own food. Or making more farms and then exporting more crops. There's a lot of options that we have to ask ourselves what we want to do. So I'm not really doing industry right now, except for the fact that I'm importing toxic waste from our neighbors and trying to incinerate and resell it back. We're not treating the waste, we're just burning it and selling it back. I wonder if treating it would be better. I just like burning it, it's fine. This is gonna take a while. I need a drink. Coal plant is not blocked at start. A coal energy source is possible. Steelworks is blocked. Steel mill is blocked. You can mine iron. You can process iron. You can mine coal and you can process coal, but you can't run a steel mill without research. You can pump oil. You can't refine oil. And by default you don't know where any of the resources are on the map. But you can go around and search for them manually. So for example, I did that a little bit and saw that we had some coal here. And I also saw that we had coal in this area where I placed the mine. But it's not showing anymore, so this was 70% coal quality right there. And we also have oil underneath those fields as an option. So we'll place maybe 4 or 5 pump jacks, hook it up to a tank, and then an oil loading station and export it by train to hopefully keep the fuel price down. Because fuel price can increase quite quickly if you're not careful. Right now it's still nice and low, which is good. Have to be careful with that. So yeah, steelworks and refinery are blocked. Coal power plant is not. I think they might be sending the larger trains to higher priority areas, which is nice. Because I think I've set those to higher priority, so it's good that they're sending the EDKs over. Really helpful. We need about 6 construction tasks to get towards the depot, and then probably also have to get towards the train diesel station. They haven't refueled themselves. But fuel is available, so... and electricity. Just no need to refuel yet, I guess. Oh, another EDK went over here again, okay. Sure. Once we get to this area, we need 2 rail connections, basically the middle ones. Don't need the outer ones yet. Those are just extra loading, unloading platforms. To allow more trains to arrive. This might be better with no rail distribution office, but just sending 4 dedicated trains out, 1 for loading, 2 for loading, 2 for unloading. Or 2 for import, 2 for export. I don't build electrified tracks. I do, but mostly for passenger transportation, where it's important that they don't go refuel. For industrial traffic resources, I like diesel trains a lot more. But passenger tracks, I think electrified is okay. Electrified tracks are very difficult to set up, or very expensive to set up. But once they're set up, you don't have to spend fuel on them, which is nice. But if a transformer burns, you could have a problem. And it's also quite difficult to run a power plant connected to a train that runs on electricity. Because if the electricity goes out, so does your rail connection. Well, we've almost reached this area. We're approaching from the left side. We'll tell this one to be high priority, so hopefully it continues building this way and into the export, the pickup of the waste. Because our incinerator is currently not running because it has to run full on waste. And we need to remove some of it. So that one has the higher priority. Other than that, we're also waiting on the depot still. Should be doable by the end of the year, I think. At least having some trains running. The problem will be that they want signals. And that will interfere with other rail construction, I guess. Should be possible to set up though, somehow. Not sure that the petrol train runs as fast as an electric one. Yeah. But it's true that it draws a lot on the network. Yeah, I mean, if you have a power plant in the city and you have an electric train between them and then the power plant stops working because there's a fire, you have a problem. It's easier to set up electrified rail because whenever the train line is connected, the electricity is everywhere. Whereas with diesel you have to put diesel stations everywhere, and that can get quite old. So we might be electrifying this rail network at some point. Not sure. I do like my diesel trains. Another epidemic. We still owe 480,000. Money it's going down slowly. We're slowly also gaining money, so we're earning a little bit more than we're paying back. Ah, this tiny rail construction vehicle. Okay, make sure that you do not build towards this direction. Or this one. And yeah, I guess prioritize the depot. We might be able to make it work without the train diesel station. So that should be the higher priority right now. One connection into here, any connection. And then we can get the train cars over there. I guess I only bought 10 right now. Try to connect all my power stations together with my electrical network to limit problems. You are going to like the new update, I think. So by default there are now 6 times high voltage switches available. There are 5 times medium voltage switches. And there are also priority switches where you can regulate which one has priority. So you can say I want... So this is high voltage priority switch. You can have the leftmost connection be from the customs house. You can have this one be your waste incinerator, and you can have this one be your power plant. And then you say, I want the electricity from the incinerator be used first, then from the power plant, then from the customs house. So even if both of these fail, you still start importing automatically. And the same also for the output here. Go to the city first, then go to the industry, then go to the customs house for export. That should help automate the electric network a little bit more. It works the same as the oil pumps pretty much, except for that you can set the same priority for an output. So you could have 2 outputs set to high priority because they're both residential, and then you have a third one set to low or medium for the industry. There is another power option, waste incineration, but I haven't. I guess with the ability to have waste import by train, I guess we could run a power plant, an incinerator power plant now with waste imports by train instead of coal. Would make a decent chunk of pollution, but it would still work. Almost forgot an update on the electricity. Yeah, it's also coming. And 18 megawatt wires are locked behind research, if you enable research. And you also have the option to build a power connection at the border somewhere. You have to research that first though. So you can have new power connections that you can construct. That's also really useful. Okay, we've gone past the switch. I think this is about 4 construction tasks away from hooking up. So hopefully we'll be seeing that by the end of September, being connected. Might be less than that, but I'm having a safe guess with 4 additional construction tasks. It's probably going to be 3. But I'm not going to stick around to count, I guess. Okay, we're at half capacity for the shopping center. Don't know the loyalty of the people living there. At least we're still staying above 34, which is good. We don't get too many loyalty warnings, so we might have enough monuments around. Probably not in these areas, but at least they're not complaining too often. The small university is also really helpful, so you don't need to build a big university. But the research option that it offers are of course different than a technical university or medical university. Technical university is probably something you want really early on if you want to go into large-scale industries. And medical industry allows you to do some tweaking with your population, where you can buff them, make them more resilient to pollution, to cold, to disease. Waiting for them to start a game on an island. Oh yeah, island games are funny. Handling boats is a different kind of industry. Boats allow you to go large scale rather quickly. Cheap transportation. Running an oil refinery with boats is kind of ridiculous. Looks like it ignored the high priority and went instead onto that side, I guess. Thank you very much. Has to start again from over here, and then 1 or 2 construction tasks to reach the end, and then we're hooked up on that side. I think this is probably irradiated coal or something, I don't know. When you're waiting on a rail construction to finish, it takes ages, but when you don't have to pay attention to it, and it can just keep going by itself, it's nice and convenient. But yeah, I want this to finish because I don't want to take out more loans. I already took out 500,000 to get set up. Yes, despite more than 2,000 hours of play, still haven't really exploited the boat and other stuff. Besides, they have to pass the world on to them so that they can see the movement of the boats again. That's the most deplorable part of the game. Okay. So, we might be able to finish that in 1 construction task or 2. Depends on where the train goes, I guess. I only have 1,000 hours, only. I've recently started with playing it a lot again. It's very enjoyable. So this one might also only be 1 construction task left. remains to be seen. But it is on the wrong track, so this one is not assigned. We'll assign it. Also need to build that. It was a good idea getting a second EDK, I think. It sped up things quite a bit, even if it costs a lot. What is our loan limit? 2.5 million? Yeah, we're still okay. I think the incinerator is gonna make us the money we need quite handily. We also need to set up a repair station next to the depot, so the trains can go in here and repair. And maybe also, I don't know if we need a repair station on the rail distribution office. Could build one here, I guess. Or just on this side. And then the people from Tribosia could do the train repairs. Oh, you're already out of resources. Well, then we will probably have to do another run. You still have resources, so you will be able to make that connection. Okay, that's the first train line hooked up for import, I guess. The blue arrows above the icons are to indicate where there's something new. No, they are not. If you mean those ones, those are tutorials or tooltips. So they help players. So for example, the waste tutorial. And there's one for the garbage transfers, which work a little bit differently. Okay, got one side connected, the other one, if the EDK builds it, will probably finish as well. If the other one, the small one, builds it, then not really. Oh yeah, we didn't finish that one. We probably started that construction with not enough resources. I think our resource distribution is not fast enough to keep up with 2 EDKs anymore. Unfinished Railroad 12. Okay, that's the other connection. Then we're hooked up. And over here, we're reaching the depot. Finally. Then we have to see if we can get the wagons into the rail distribution office. And then to make the rail distribution office work, we'll have to signal everything up, which could interfere with construction tasks a little bit. Realistic mode is too barbaric. No, I like it. I like it. It's slow, but I like it. It goes a little bit too quick, I think. but it also speeds up quite quickly when you have the money for things. There's a lot of options to play the game. I like to play it like as if this is a roguelike city builder, where you have a lot of limitations and everything goes quite slowly, but when you make it work, it feels really satisfying. Okay, so let's see if we can do that now. First stop is unreachable. Probably have to wait for the train to move out of the way. Should be able to go along here and into there. Train is out of the way. Still doesn't work. Then we might have to start signaling things up now. That's not right. Yeah, that's fine. These things aren't being built right now anyway, at least they shouldn't be. Okay, pause the game. Go here, load anything, go here, unload anything. That's all I needed the connection for the rail depot for. And now we need to also signal up the direction towards the customs house. I try to build everything as much as possible too, but when you have an electric pole to move, for example, it must cut the juice for 3 days, whereas in real life maybe... Well, that's a challenge of planning. You could also build another substation and hook that up instead. Or you could wait for summer and then just ignore the power outage. That is the wrong rail track. There we go. That was a distinct wooden sound that should not have been. And now we're back to concrete-based rail track. And then over here. Okay. Where did our train go? It's here. Got 4, 8, 10 cars. Very good. We have to move out of the way though. Oh, you're moving by yourself. Okay. These signals are too much, I think. Now you can move, it's fine. Oh, there's a train right here. Oh mind, you go back home, let the other train drive back home. And you can go through here, it's also fine. You should just go back in here. It should be all train cars. Yeah, keep going, it's fine. The other train's not gonna hurt you if you are fast enough. So, this will not work very well yet because there's a lot of construction still happening and I don't have everything set up correctly. But we're going to import hazardous waste and exporting. What is it called? Other waste here. There's also ash. That's new. Strange. I assume this is mixed waste. I don't know. We'll have to see. And then here you are going to import the toxic waste, and here are going to load anything. So you want to turn around, I know. What train's in the way now? That train. Who put those signals? Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Why are you blocked? There's too many trains now. Go back home. Okay, so you're moving back home. Now we have to just fix the rail network and everything will be fine. Okay. This might be a bug. There should be mixed waste here. I think it might not be loading. It should already send out a train, I think. These train cars can hold mixed waste, but the rail distribution office only offers ash and other waste. This should be mixed waste instead. I'll I'll drop a save here so I can report that. And then overwrite it with our Load Explore one. Then we'll try and set up a manual train route. Is there one train that is fully fueled maybe? No. We haven't built the connection yet to the train diesel station, but it might be coming up shortly. No. Looks like we're building this rail connection now. Oh no, we're building this from that side. Okay, sure. Well, I'm gonna move you here. Fuel consumption seems really low. Yeah, both of these are hooked up, very good. This train is currently blocking the other train from moving here. So I want to have this train move into the depot, pick up all the train cars again and move them also into the depot. We're out of money. Train is waiting too long. It's not. There it is. Also blocking a garbage truck in, because why not? So here's a construction train over here, blocking everything, you're saying? They're waiting for each other now. I don't have a passing track. Send it home. Okay, now they're on different lines. That's how it should be. Please go. Actually, go here, load anything. Any cargo wagon, no locomotives, and carry them over here. So, because we have our train, it's not really fueled, unfortunately. But we could tell it to go here. There's mixed waste, that's what I want. Pick up mixed waste. Unload mixed waste until fully unloaded. Import hazardous waste until fully loaded. And then, nah, you can't do that. There's no way to get from here to here without doing something weird, so you'll only focus on getting rid of the mixed waste until you run out of fuel, of course. We don't really have a fuel station over there, so it's not going to be... I guess go to the depot. Once the rail construction vehicle's out of the way, go to the depot. We can't use the rail distribution office now because, yeah, other waste and ash does not work for that. Otherwise the train would have already left because there's enough waste to be picked up. It needs to be mixed waste. Other waste and ash are waste components. Oh, now you're moving. Yeah, just go to the depot. We'll refuel you. I guess we can send you out once each. So at the end of the line you always come back to the depot. Need the train line to hook up the fuel though, before we can start running you. You will need to refuel soon. Now that I think about it, there's also no easy way to go from the depot into the fuel station. Well, that's another thing that I forgot. But thankfully I left enough space here. Oh god, what? Well, that would be a thing. Where's the? Isn't there a switch here somewhere? Wait a minute. Oh, the switch is over here, right? And then it splits up. So that loop won't work. You need to drive here, turn around, and then come back the same way. So basically just a loop. Could also just have a junction point here to allow you to drive back that way. Then the trains from the depot can come out here, drive around on the right side, and come back on this lane and pick whatever they want. And to drive back into the depot, they can use the same loop and then drive into the depot again. So we need that section of rail to allow that turnaround. Don't build that yet. Don't build these. Nope, don't build that. Don't build these. fixed it. Well, unless the train blocks itself again, of course. These should be mixed. ES bulk cargo, what's that? ES bulk cargo. Oh, okay. Dumpers, hopper cars. Half the capacity, 10 meters versus 12 meters. A little bit cheaper. I'm not sure why you would want those. I mean, they can be recolored, which is always a good option. I don't know how you're allowed on that block. This is all mixed rail track. Should not be able to drive out here. Guess we're gonna increase the priority towards the train diesel station, because if I start running this now, it would run out of fuel and would want to go back right away. Plus it can't go right now anyway because of all the trains in the way. So constructing this rail will take some more amount of time. And yeah, in regards to this will have to be fixed, otherwise the train distribution office can't handle mixed waste. But I think I'm going to stop the stream for today. It's been another 5 hours. So, thank you very much for watching. We did a lot of rail construction. We also hooked up another village and planned a new town area, which we haven't started building yet. The goal right now is to repay our loans, for which we need a functioning rail network. And once that is started and is operational with the incinerator and the loading facilities, then we can start working on the coal mine and start exporting coal ore as well. And move towards a town that actually makes our own coal for ourselves. So, for now, thank you very much for watching. Have a good start to your weekend. Wish you all the best. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.